Hello everyone, I hope all of you are having a good Sunday. Today we meet to start a new adventure, we could say. It's totally going to be an adventure, but for once I'm going to be the passenger. I am not going to be the main character on my YouTube channel. Go figure. So what's the idea for today? The idea for today is starting a new randomizer playthrough where you choose the cars that I will drive as I start to unlock them. The idea, of course, is being able to complete the entire game without having to buy any cars. However, if things get too bad, maybe we consider an alternative. So the idea is unlocking cars, and out of the cars that I unlock, we decide I'll pick 4 cars, and we'll just open up a poll, and then we choose, and out of the car that wins is the car that I'll have to push on through until new cars come on, and then so on and so forth. I guess that makes sense. But the reason why I didn't start the save in itself is relatively simple, because I have to choose a name. So, yeah. Given that the name on GT4 Randomizer, it's the one that, determines which prize cars you'll get, I'm going to write something, I guess, which is going to be... Well, just go along with it. Yeah, the Enya is missing. Yeah, always. The 26 letter alphabet versus 27 for Spanish. Gonna do licenses? Nope, we're just going to edit them. Simple. Simple as that. Just random name, I guess, just to do something. YouTube. And let me see if it fits. Take. No, YouTube chat. What about if I just name this YouTube chat takes control of this? I mean, it's relatively easy to install it. I don't really like making tutorials because people then expect you to troubleshoot their issues, and that's not something that I have the patience for. Steering wheel. I hope it fits. I'm sorry that I'm not reading, I'm just trying to write this because the keyboard is in a weird order. I just have to use the controller to write. I wish I could use my keyboard. It will be 10 times easier. I didn't watch Formula 1. I kind of lost interest in Formula 1 for the simple fact that the races are really predictable. YouTube chat takes the steering wheel. YouTube chat takes the steering wheel. This is our name. Game data will now be created. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Format. What the hell? God. Okay, just let me check something. Why does this happen right now? Slot 1. Audience run. Use for slot 1. Please tell me that it works now. Yes, of course. Of course. It's because I converted the save into a folder, and since you need to convert it into a folder to edit it, well, I just did that outright. McLaren did a 1 too, so I missed something interesting. Go figure. Holy, that's a long name. Look at that. Look at that. Alright, now that this is sorted, it's time to convert this save file into a folder and edit it so we can have our first batch of cars. Memory cards. Right, now I have to audience run, delete this, convert to folder. Okay. Now properties, memory cards, this one goes out. Audience run converted for slot 1. Brilliant. And we go to the save editor. And we start editing. It's that simple. No. It's simple if I don't lose my folders. Audience run converted. This main save file is missing from hey, there we go. Perfect. YouTube chat takes the steering wheel. Events, national B. Right, I have to go one by one through. Because if I set them all to gold, we're going to have like 2 million cars. We'll just go by steps. He crashed with Hamilton? Oh, that's a nice return to a good season, actually. Good to see that those two can still go side by side without an incident. I 100% support. By the way, while I actually edit this save file, you all can leave a like on the stream so we can get this to more people the moment we have to start choosing cars. I know I should have done this off screen, but I didn't want to choose the name off screen for some reason. I thought that somebody will have an idea. It's like, yeah, sure, why not? Why not bring everyone along for the ride? Bronze, 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 bronze. Hey, yes, again, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. The cars are gone. The cars aren't gone. Imagine having cars when you start a save file. Jesus Christ. There's a saying which goes as patience is a virtue or something like that. That's exactly how I feel in this situation. Turkish tea. What does Turkish tea involve? I never heard about Turkish tea. What makes it different? Honestly, I don't really know much to judge, but I haven't seen the incident really to judge it, but you know how it is. A lot of people like to pick on certain drivers or reasons. So I usually try to take it easy unless it's something that's super consistent and it becomes obvious that it is intentional. Just as a means of innocent until proven guilty. Otherwise, everything's a joke. Everything depends on how you feel about certain driver, and then it becomes it's not objective anymore. It's just stupid. But if you do it consistently, then yeah, absolutely, I'm gonna go to criticize you for that. My Turkish tea, I mean the tea that my friend brought from Turkey. Yeah, so there's nothing that okay. Fair enough. I thought that they did tea differently. I was like, what am I missing then? Honestly, a good cup of tea without sugar is always good. I should probably take my own advice and start having so much sugar, but you know, life habits are hard to correct and all of that. Hey, Memory, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. International A license. Finally. What you're wondering what am I doing? Well, you see, the save editor only has an option to set licenses as gold, but gold licenses give you 3 price cars, right? So if we do 5 licenses, no, it's 4 BA, International B, and International A. 3 times, it will be 12 cars. 12 cars. I mean, so you know, instead of consuming all of my chances, I just want to have a couple of fail safes in case I cannot find one of the required cars, which are usually the truck and the K cars. So I always like starting with bronze licenses and then working my way up in case I miss one, in case I need a really specific car and I cannot find it. Bronze. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Shall be good enough. Save. Save. Hey, that's the sound that it makes when it's saved. Isn't that great? Where are you? PS2 emulator. Randomizer. Hey, Tosi. Hey, Elias. Hey, Gogo. Welcome to the stream. Hope all of you are doing well. Right. Now we're going to receive a barrage of prize cars, which will be our first choices. I have to remove all these options, right? When you start to save, I need to change the control settings too. Set it in the proper resolution, maybe. You have to do a few things within your save, okay? But they shall be easy enough to complete. I hope you all left a like on the stream while I was doing editing. There's 30 of us already, good. I really appreciate that. I really hope you all get to enjoy and participate in the experience. Because, my god, the name is so long. The name is so long. YouTube chat the steering wheel. I didn't write takes. Oh no, I realized I wrote the name wrong. Instead of writing takes, I wrote the. That's kind of... yeah. Nay! That ain't so bad. Gay car! It's a quote. It's starting strong with a cope, and sadly it's not yellow. Sadly it's not yellow, but that's one cake. The cake are out. Classic car. Classic car. And a Sonda. Well, the Sonda kind of sucks, to be honest. But holy, that is a good variety of cars. Alright, so just let me change everything to put the options properly, because it's already annoying me. There we go. Yes. 3, 2. 3, 2. Okay, good. Good enough. And let's lower this. Yeah, I actually wrote it wrong. I got distracted, and instead of writing takes, I wrote the. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. Yeah, the Sunday isn't too good, to be honest. Just let me change everything to my preferred setup, and we'll talk. We'll get this. We'll start driving. Just get this out of the way because it annoys me. Just know that I have to change them, and it just annoys me. What is the... There you are. You cannot... Right, you cannot press them to just select them instantly. Yeah, that's all fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Good. The save is properly set up now. All the annoying things are out of the way. So, it's time for the first poll of the stream. Start a poll. Which car should come first? First car. By the way, there's a pinned comment on the top of the screen, which will explain how this stream will work. '68 Fair Lady and Sonda 7.3. Not 7.4, 7.3. Start the poll. Okay. Okay, let's go. Make your choice. First choice of the playthrough. Which one will it be? Will it be the Tommy Mäkinen Evo? RS with steel rims? The Daihatsu Copen in shining red, with its detachable top, so it's a hard top, it seems. That's kind of interesting, though. It's a hard top, and we just remove the top, from what I understand. Huh. The classic Fair Lady, 1968. But this is a pretty decent car, actually. It's a pretty good car. Or the Sonda 7.3. The fastest Sonda in the game, actually. This is the best one, I think. Hey, Holly, thank you so much for your super chat. Thank you for those 50 Argentinian pesos. Daihatsu Copim for the win. Okay, just let me add this to our stream and I'll end the poll. I'll just give you a few moments more to make a choice. Press and alright, who's our winner here? Who gets the chicken dinner? Hey, the Evo 6 is winning. The Evo 6 is barely winning over the Copen. The Fair Lady comes in last, actually. And the Sonda 7.3 is third. So I'm going to count until 30 and see what happens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. And the Copen has won barely. So, yeah. Daihatsu Copen is the first car of the playthrough. We're going to wrap this up. Copen first with 34% of the votes, Evo 6 with 30, Sonda 7.3 with 18%, and the 68 Fair Lady comes at last with 16% of the votes. Very well. We have a first car. This bundle of joy is our first car. Why did I press circle? Copen will actually be a great starter car if it was more affordable. Hey, Chikanji, welcome to the stream. And yes, that's something which always rubs me the wrong way about the Copen. The fact that it's so expensive. Well, when you consider the starter car, right? It's priced out of the starter market and it has a starter car performance. I wish it was silver, I wish it was yellow. We cannot have everything we like and we want in life. I already have all the license game. First oil change of the playthrough. I was season, whatever. Whatever we're doing here. I have to say, I really like how the Copen looks. It's alright, it's not bad. I failed in life, I cannot afford a Copen. You could be like me, I can barely afford to keep the lights on. Your life could always be worse, Senka. How much even is a Copen? Alright, let's just check before. New cars. Copen Active Top, 15k, let's just round up. Copen Active, oh my god, I cannot talk, is 15k. Yellow with red interior though, I'm kind of allergic to that combination. Detachable top, cost the same cost, look at that. Ah, that's interesting, the top is color matched only in certain colors. Huh. Interesting. You learn something every day. We only have to do... Yeah, just go with here. Yeah, I got the hardtop. Yeah, we're starting with K-car races, which is, you know, okay, fine. Cappuccino on the lead, though. The comments around 40k USD. I don't know how much a Copen will cost, but the problem is they don't exist here, so you will have to import one from Japan. You still have a convertible with the Fair Lady, true. But I'm not sure if this is something that I'm going to pursue. But the idea is holding until I can get 2 or 3 price cars more. Or we can, you know, just find something else to keep progressing. So my intention is probably trying to use this thing for Sunday Cup as well. 14k for a small. 14k for a brand new car in GT4 is cheap, depending on the cars you're looking for. All these low tier performance cars actually come at low performance cars come at similar cost, but slightly over 10k. The Lupo comes slightly over a 10k around there. Probably the new Mitsubishi, but the new Suzuki's, and yeah, things like that. I don't really remember all the cars which are too expensive but should be starter cars. Really? Does it qualify for a Spider on Roadster series? Good question, I don't think so. But we still have a Spider in the shape of the Fair Lady. The 78 Civic is alright. The Mirage isn't though. The Mirage is a really bad car. The Mirage is a beginner's trap. I think that I said it before on my starter car tier list. That car is a beginner's trap. There's absolutely no way that it isn't. I don't think I'm going to catch up to the Cappuccino before the end of the race, though. I mean, yeah, true, it should qualify. It's still a convertible. It's only the fact that this one comes with a hard top and the other is a soft top. Right. Which is funny because some cars come with both hard top and soft top, and the idea is that you use both, but this one for some reason only has one option and it discriminates and it makes it two different cars. That's just really funny to me. Yeah, it's a bit tight. That is a bit tight. Oh god, please shift. I went too hard into that corner, actually. What's worse, the Mirage of the Today? The Today, I think. No, wait. Damn, that's a good question. The Today, yeah, the Today wins. The Today is much worse. The randomizer choices cars erratically in here are making things even less reliable. You figured my plan, Goman. That's exactly why this is a randomizer, so it's more chaotic. So I cannot say, oh, these are the cars that I'm going to use. I'm going to route this entire playthrough for you all. No. I have to work with what I'm given, and then I have to run the cars that I'm given through your voting to make it even less consistent. And if you want to make my life even more miserable, you can suggest a tune-up. Through a super chat, so it's easier to read and I don't miss it. So there's that option, which is probably going to come in handy later down the run. Greetings, Sniper. Welcome to the stream. Honda tomorrow. It's so slow that it won't get into tomorrow. In fact, the time will still advance and you'll still be at the same block. Everyone around you will grow, will have children, will get divorced, fight for the children, and the Honda today will still be stuck at the same stoplight because it cannot advance any faster. Today has a song written about it by Billy Corrigan. It's the greatest car I ever known. The Honda today cannot wait for tomorrow because it will never arrive at tomorrow. Yeah, those two are completely dead. They're not making it anywhere near the grid. Anywhere near the competitive cars in the grid, I should say. Actually, being honest, that the entire album, Livestream, where Today comes from, is actually a really good album. I haven't really listened to the rest of Smashing Pumpkins' catalog, but the first 3 records are pretty good. Melancholy is kind of long, to be honest. I think I only heard it entirely, like in one sitting, probably once in my life or twice. And that's kind of it. It's not bad, it's just really long, and it being so long means that it doesn't really have a character to it. It has all sorts of songs thrown into it. But there are a couple of really good songs in it. Still, I prefer Siamese Dream as the best album, to be honest. That reminds me, today I woke up and wanted... the weather is kind of bad, to be honest. But still, I wanted to see if I could go out for a walk and burn some calories, as usual. But when I woke up and I opened Spotify, my entire downloaded music was gone. Like, my memory was flashed, and I was wondering what happened. And I still don't know what happened. But I had to flash my memory card, download all the music again, and then I started thinking that yesterday I switched to the YouTube account that I have on Premium, which is the channel one, this one, because I wanted to watch something with advertising in the phone. And when I switched accounts, the YouTube app started downloading videos for some reason. Recommended videos, they say, and it started downloading all sorts of videos. Some that I watched, some that I didn't watch, and it's like, whoa, slow down. And I had to just rush in and see if I could disable the option, which I did quickly enough. But yeah, that was really annoying. I don't know why it started downloading things into my my phone. It was so random. Long story short, I guess I'll never use my YouTube Premium account on the phone again. I just don't like smartphones. They're just... I prefer computers much more. Which particular car will be to get a... You will listen to Tsukuba to get a lap time of 1 minute. Good question, because I don't really know. To get exactly 1 minute dead on. I think an FTR X7, the later one, will be too fast. Or it will be closer to 59 seconds or 58. They're about to stock out of the factory, no setup, no nothing, just remove driving aids. Oh, beginner's course. I got confused for a moment because I saw the driving park signs and I thought, wait, did I pick Motorland again? And then I realized it's Motorland, Tsukuba, and this atrocity. Stock GTO will be a bit slower on Tsukuba, I think. It's just too big and hefty of a car. It's not... The GTOs or 3000 GTs and GT4 are really, really outmatched by everything else. All of their stats are kind of mediocre. Weight is really high. So they don't have weight, they don't have grip, they have nothing on their side. I mean, you can drive them, yeah, but they're going to be outmatched by other options. Only things I do on the phone is calls, Discord, YouTube, and other basic tasks. Don't make me do anything productive on the phone. Yeah, no, me too, Sanko, me too. I don't like them. Writing is hard on a phone. It's just uncomfortable to me, really. But then again, you know, I don't like writing on a phone. But do you know what I like less? I hate just using text to speak. It just gives me nightmares to write like that. So I take my time to write properly, even if it means that I have to write for longer. So, yeah, I create my own downfalls, really. How he skipped all the licenses in the beginning? I didn't skip the licenses, I edited them with a save editor, which is available online, Gran Turismo for save editor. And I got on the price cards just like that. Hands and fingers too big for a phone keyboard? I don't know. I mean, my hands aren't towards the big side, I think. I think they're normal. I just don't like phones. I just don't get along with them. But yeah, they can feel kind of small to me. Just don't get along with them. I prefer the... at the same time, just don't like touch screens to do things that require, you know, actual inputs like writing. I prefer the feeling of keys on my fingers. They just feel better. At the same time, you have muscle memory, so you kind of start to memorize where everything is over time. I have issues to do that with a touch screen. I just don't know where everything is, and I have to look at it. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. Yeah, the 6-year Fairlady is a nice car. I like it, and it drives pretty well for a classic car, actually. And it's not bad. It's a car which often goes under the radar, but yeah, it looks good. It's okay. So yeah, don't underestimate it if you get your hands on it. Should serve you well. Going to cross the finish line, and we're going to receive a new prize car, and I didn't get the fastest lap. That's kind of unfortunate. I wanted to get one final fast lap before ending the race. By the way, if you haven't, I will really appreciate it if you could leave a like on the stream. You have no idea how much it helps the channel, and it doesn't cost anything but 1 second of your time. Just drag your finger or mouse or whatever and just tap that like button. Oh! Oh! Good old randomizer. Good old randomizer. Well, then that's DTM cars. Another event opened. Beginner events. Sunday Cup. I'll probably have to modify this thing, but I don't really want to waste money. Yeah, that's going to be good. Clearly a K car. Yeah, you know, I think it looks right under 3.4 meters of length. 153 points. Oh, yeah, this one has slight uphill section. Well, that's... Yeah, but the official DTM car wasn't an S or an RS. Oh god, I cannot say that quickly. It was an A4. It was marked as an A4. The Jazz is last, Senka. I mean, people are allowed to be ignorant. The problem is if they keep digging into their ignorance. If you are willing to learn, I don't care. I make mistakes. Everyone in this chat makes mistakes. Everyone outside this small stream makes mistakes. The problem is if you're willing to say, oh, so that's not how X car works. The 80 Supras are pure trash. I mean, I don't think they are trash. I think people have the wrong expectations of them. The Supra was never a sport car, it was always a GT car. I think a lot of people just, for the sake of being contrarians, just go towards way too far towards the other extreme. So, yeah, sure, the car is probably a bit overhyped by some people. That doesn't mean it's awful. It just means that it's a car which has the wrong image built around it. It's not going to be a track toy, it's more of a GT luxury cruiser. You bonked it, of course it's going to be last. It doesn't matter! It doesn't matter! What do you expect that car to do? It cannot do anything. It lost to a car with a blender engine. JJC is nice, but yeah, it's a really heavy engine, of course. They should bring back the 3000 GT with today's modern technology. So what you're telling me is that the 3000 GT, which is a relatively unreliable car, should be made more unreliable with 2024 tech. If the 3000 GT was a thing right now, it will probably be affected by the CrowdStrike blue screening issue. Yeah, Chaser, that's exactly my point. If you just keep insisting that everyone is wrong, and you don't want to learn from your mistakes, and yeah, that's not gonna work. Oh, 206cc in green. I know they're absolutely atrocious cars, but I just like them. I just really like them. Especially in that shade of green. I've seen a few in real life and it's cool. It's really pretty. I mean, I'm not saying the 3000 GT was a bad car, I'm just saying that it was kind of unreliable. And as far as I know, parts are kind of hard to source as we speak, so that makes it much harder. Why do you slam the brakes there, GTI? Jesus. Couldn't even find... Yep, Josie, exactly. I'm not surprised. That's something to keep in mind when you start getting into these cars. Look into the aftermarket support. Look at those parts, if people work on them. Yeah. Otherwise, you're going to end up saving for something which is impossible to rescue. It's just going to die. The GTA slammed his brakes because he has problems. That's why. I need to stop pressing the wrong buttons. I'm used to playing another game which I've been recording, And it has slightly different controls, and I just keep pressing the wrong buttons. The Dodge Stealth and the 3000 GT were virtually the same car. The only difference was their body kits and probably some equipment options. Hello, Amir. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. No, high speed ring is going to be a bit harsh. Whenever I use your Nuzlocke save, it keeps reverting to your controls. I keep having to change them. My controls are superior to any other controller scheme on the internet. It's just the fact people haven't noticed them, but I'm ahead of my time. It's just the truth. My controller scheme is the best in the entire internet. You can switch between your shifting inputs with your thumb, while keeping your fingers on the triggers to accelerate and brake. It gives you so much freedom. But yeah, of course, since it's me who figured it out, it's probably going to appear on someone else's video and they'll get all the credit for it. Yeah, Diamond Star Motors was the name of their joint venture, and I think it started on the 80s. And Chrysler and Mitsubishi had a few cars which they released, and they were virtually the same outside the rebadge. That's not how you change camera. This is how you change camera. Looking at all those cars back together looks like a traffic jam of some sort. It gives you so much freedom. Does your controller come from America? Sadly, no. It probably comes from some Chinese factory. What I meant is that the controller layout that I have for GT4 is optimal, in my opinion. And everyone else using another layout is either handicapping themselves or isn't aware of the perfection of my button layout. Do I get points for near misses? Do I get points for near misses? I don't think I'm gonna win this race, though. This thing suffers too much on the straightaway. I mean, it will be good if I had Slipstream, but these two are going to ruin it in this corner. I am going to get past them, which means I will have no Slipstream whatsoever. Neighbor here has a Galant, not a BR4. Now, when I went to elementary school, there was a building in front of my school, and in their parking lot for years they had a 90s Galant, which wasn't a BR4. Which was sad, but the car still looked really cool. I think it's a really cool looking car. But yeah, the normal variants are nothing to write home about. It's the same as the Lancer, all of those cars. I mean, they are cool because we associate them with the performance variants, but the lower tier variants are... yeah. Okay. Just... they exist. Still, I wouldn't say no to a Galant until it breaks and I cannot find parts for it, and that's the end of my adventure with it, really. Just a tiny bit more power, it seems. Just a tiny bit more power. Because I get really close to these corners. Yeah, the normal Galant is front-wheel drive. A few days ago, I went out, and while I was doing groceries, I spotted a 90s Accord Coupe, which was in pristine condition. It was perfect. To the point where I just stopped and started looking. It was like, oh, I will love one of those. But yeah, it ain't on my... It ain't coming anytime soon. But yeah, it was pristine. It was like somebody just left the dealership with it. Fine, I guess we'll have to put another upgrade on this. Yeah, it's a 1 Series, the car on the lead. Yeah, it's going to be a substantial power increase. Why don't you just steal a car? Isn't just the Argentinian thing to do? Depends on which type of Argentinian you are. I'm not that type of person. I actually respect private property. So I'm not going to go and steal someone else's car. Besides, if I steal someone's car and I start to record said car, I'm going to get caught really quickly. And the idea is I have a car, so I can actually record it. Then again, then I will have to buy the cameras, which are... yeah, no. Each time I start thinking about all of these plans that I have in my mind, I realize that I'm so far away from them. It's just like, why do you even talk about them? This should be a bit better. It has like 5 horsepower more, which is like 50 horsepower more given how light this thing is. No, it wasn't an 88, it was a mid-90s. I don't remember the generation itself. I never remember the generations of the Accord, but I just remember them by looks. But yeah, it's the one from the mid-90s, which... I am trying to find one way to describe them, but I can't. What? Yeah, sure. That works. This also works. People steal those chargers, ditch the cars and steal the doors. Why will you only steal the doors when you can just cut them out for parts and sell the parts? But I guess that's a bit of insider knowledge. But here, usually when your car gets stolen, it's one of two things which could happen with it. First one is the car is going to be used in a run of crimes, and it's going to be ditched shortly after. Second, the car is going to be gutted apart and sold at chop shops for parts. Just join the already professional driving. Absolutely, you're going to see me crash into every single car. Funny how you just can't hold a candle against those two. But hey, they slow way too much for this corner. And I don't. Look at that. Please stamp the brakes. Why those two hatches have 9 billion horsepower? They actually don't have that. They have from 120 something, 30 for the GTI, and 150 for the 120i. Which is 100 horsepower more than my car, give or take. On the almost in the case of the 120i, and around 80 in the case of the GTI. And given this circuit is mostly a 2 long straights, it's going to be hard to keep up with them. Still, don't underestimate the power of handling. And we score another victory. Excellent. So once you learn GT4 corner, you're always ahead. Hard to kneecap yourself to find a way to win competition. Yeah, kind of. Once you realize, once you start to learn how to maneuver cars, and once you realize how to set up cars, then yeah, you have to start challenging yourself. Coped into victory. The Daihatsu still existing, okay? It's not coping with it. I mean, it's coping with the fact that it's winning so much. It has gone from being an irrelevant car to being a star in less than an hour. Yeah, that's weird, Ice-T. The Talon is faster than both of those cars. And usually it's the most threatening car on high-speed racing, but here we are. The 206 Cup is also pretty relentless. Bacon Cell. Get out of the way. God. I mean, sudden stardom isn't something easy to deal with, and I assume the coping is coping with that. You all are going to get annoyed with my bad jokes. It's coping with the fact that now it's a superstar. Poor C3, there's no mercy for the C3. But he likes the C3. The Talon is heavy. Weight kind of doesn't matter on high-speed racing. That's the thing. At least not when your opponents are so underpowered like this Daihatsu. Oh god. That's kind of useful because the MG is faster than these two, but the fact that this Megane forced it to brake so hard allowed me to overtake it. Ah, it's only 2 lap. Damn, I thought it was a bit longer. Still, maybe I have a shot. Maybe I have a shot if I play my cards right on this corner. I could have done that without contact. But still. Still. And I just don't like the C3. They sold quite a few in here. And I just don't... It's just a car which, to me, it isn't Citroen-ish enough for me to be appreciated. It's like if Citroen hired an NPC to design a car and forgot everything which makes a Citroen a Citroen. They didn't for the C3 Pluriel it was called, I guess I pronounced that properly, the one with the weird soft top. Yeah, that one. By the way, I will appreciate if you all could leave a like on the stream so we can get this channel to more people, and this challenge as well, which is, you know, kind of fun. The more people that participates on the votes, the better. What do you mean? The C3 is literal huge nod to the 2CV? I didn't see it that way. Maybe it's because I've seen so many, but I never really seen it as a car which stood out. It just seems like a PSA product, and especially when you compare it with some other cars of the time, like the C4, the C5. I mean, you could say the C5 was a bit too standard. Yeah, the C5 was a bit too common for the first gen of it. Yeah, the pluriel on the top isn't weird. Yeah, the top is stupid. So, for those that don't know, the C3 pluriel is a convertible, which has the pillars of a normal car, right, on the doors. And the center of the roof is a soft top, which you can move, you can retract or, just raise. And you have to, yeah, the pillars are removable, and you have to take them. You have to remove them if you want to remove the top. There it is. Maybe that was a bit questionable, but I was going to crash into those two anyway. I mean, okay, that's a valid point again. I just don't like the C3 as a whole. I just don't think it stands out enough. But yeah, okay. Yeah, the SM is big quirky. Personally, if I had to go for an attainable Citroen, it will be the Santi, of course. Or maybe a C5. I like the C5 for some reason. I don't know, just seems like... It came in a really light teal color, which I really liked, but I haven't seen one of those in ages. All of the surviving ones seem to be an awful color, so... yeah. Interest lost. The first gen C4 is really nice, but only in dark blue. If it's other color, I wouldn't take it. If I could find a nice one, a Sara BTS will be cool on that golden mustard color that they made. That will be nice. Pick up a Saxo. The Saxo in Argentina wasn't sold in big numbers, and most of them were really bad specs, like the 106. They were really... They only sold the most cheap entry cars. So, yeah, they're not that exciting, really. Yeah, the Santi is pretty cool. I always like those, but sadly, all the ones I encounter and have encountered ever since I have memory have been in questionable shape. So when you're driving a V6, this car doesn't have a V6, it's that I had to cope with a 3-cylinder. Okay. Let's see what's new. Reject Citroen's, embraces Twingo. Ah, the Twingo's pretty nice, yeah. But I want a specific Twingo. I always say the same. Ah. It's the thumbnail car. It's the thumbnail car. It's not the best color. At least it's in silver. But hey. Nice. Funny that they, instead of giving us the full 3 liters, they gave us a 2.5 with an automatic box. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. It's time for a new poll. Because I can't use the coupon for anything else unless I sink too much money into it. So, it's time to vote. Next. Evo 6. Wait. The Copen had a one-make race? Oh, yeah. Wait. If the Copen has a one-make race... Yes, it does have a one-make race. Yes, it does. Never mind. We're going to do that first then, and then we'll choose. Hey, they gave me a few bits of money for this. My automatic traction control. This control has inbuilt traction control. It's perfect. I mean, just because I'm not willing to sink more money into it because I don't have it, doesn't mean that it will be the last time I have to drive this thing. I guess I could be forced to make a tune for it for Spider and Roaster, but the rules say that I have to receive a tune from you to be competitive at to bring this thing somewhere else. So we'll keep it at that. Yeah. Right, that's handbrake. Side by side. Copen racing action. Better than F1. Better than F1, 100%. I have to say, those exhausts look really sporty for a car with 63 horsepower. Let me tell you that much. FIA 1 Copen Championship. We need single seaters when you have a Copen. Low cost of entry. Infinite fun. Best car ever made that I had to Copen. "72 laps of Motorland, that sounds like a torture test. That is something that I do not wish to do in my life. 72 laps of Motorland with a Copen sounds like a really bad experience. something you just want to forget, the sort of thing you will talk to a psychiatrist about after being thrown into a sidecar. Yeah, that's the sort of thing that's the sort of memories that it brings. "24 hours of Kopen on Nordschleife." You know, I could probably create some sort of competitive hybrid build of the Kopen and do the 24 hours of Nürburgring, because that sounds like something I could do as a channel goal. So for context, you need to use the car we choose for as many races as you can, or only for a determined amount of championships until we switch to another car. My idea is doing the races that are possible with it, as long as the car works and my funding allows for upgrades. Unless, you know, I have multiple options for different races, then we can switch, but the thing is that there's probably races that are tied to specific cars, like this case, and all of my other options were kind of busted for Sunday Cup. So, yeah. There weren't many good options to choose from. All of the other cars were crazy overpowered for the rest of the races. But if there are more options, maybe we open that path to always have different options for different races. $240 hours. Why? Honestly, if all of you just keep building torture tests rather than actual racing, and expect me to follow through with those torture tests, you're all going to be sorely disappointed. You know, my sanity has a price. That's as far as I will say. Otherwise, I won't be able to keep doing this if I go insane and end up being dragged out of my room in a straitjacket while kicking and screaming because I spent 3 hours of my life, 3 days of my life in front of the computer lapping the same circuit. Three laps of high-speed ring in a motor wagon. You know, I actually had to test. I actually had to record a bit of footage of the motor wagon on Atom Ring for the hybrids video to just showcase it for a brief split second, and it couldn't even make it into the main straightaway because it stalled out on some sort of uphill section. I don't know where it stalled. It just stalled. So yeah, I'm not too sure which circuits the Benz cars can complete, really, the 1886 cars, because they don't seem capable of completing any circuit at all. It couldn't. No, it couldn't make it up. It couldn't make it up. You know the hill, the slight uphill before the final corner as you enter the main straight of Autumn Rain. It stalled there. It stalled there, and it just made it barely, but it was crawling in order to get out of there. And it took a really, really long time before it hits its top speed of 10 kilometers per hour. At El Capitan. It will stall before the tunnel at El Capitan. It will stall before the tunnel if it makes it that far. Motorwagen with the Formula GT engine, then you'll have a tires problem. Tires will be so thin, and the car will have no grip. So, because its stats are atrocious, right? So, the car will be undrivable anyway. So, even just because it's more powerful doesn't mean that it's actually drivable. They didn't have hills back then. Hills have existed since the dawn of time. Okay, what do I get now? That is a really pedestrian car. But it could work for front-wheel drive challenge, actually. There are two. One of them has 4 wheels. So you have the Lancer, the Fair Lady, the Sonda, the Alpha, the Mazda, and the Audi. Okay, so let's put up a poll. 68 Fair Lady, Sonda 7.3. I can only add 4. Okay. Okay. I have an idea. Wait. Hold up. Let's organize this by drivetrains. 68 Fair Lady. This is all-wheel drive. Let's write it in the other way so people understand it too. Four-wheel drive, all-wheel drive. F4. This is kind of overpowered, but whatever. MR. So, poll should be up right now. Just a bit of patience, you know. Things take a bit of time. Nothing is instant. You know, just if it's not on the screen, then you should have to wait until I get it done. So, which one will win? If FF Challenge wins, what I'm going to do is then we're going to have a tiebreaker between those two, and we'll decide if it's either the Alpha or the Master. Going to give it a little bit longer, show you all the participants. We have this thing. This thing. This masterpiece. And it seems... Yeah, it seems like yeah. It seems that... Hey! Hey, the Fair Lady and Master tied. The Fair Lady's first. What? Wow. Huh. Okay, look, I'm going to wait a little bit longer, just 1 minute or so, and then we're going to see if it actually moves. If it moves, then we're picking... Fair Lady. Ah. Fair Lady has won. And it's by a bit of a margin. Yeah, this isn't moving. There's 38 of us and only 26 votes, so if you want to get your votes in, we're going to give it just 1 tiny second more. Fair Lady also has a 1-make race, yes. Honestly, I don't really think... The fact that you all think the Alpha is bad is kind of funny to me, because it's not exactly that bad. The only problem with the Alpha is probably their gearbox. But outside that, it's just a normal front-wheel drive car. I just find it funny that the assumption that the car is bad that everyone's making, because it's not really that bad. Yeah, it seems like it's Fair Lady time. $28 votes, 29 votes, less than the previous one. Second car of the playthrough. Ah, okay, right. Doesn't get a wink. 34k isn't that bad. It's a lot of money for upgrades at this stage. Yeah, I really like this shade of yellow. It's kind of more like a cream color than yellow, I guess. Well, yeah, they are front-wheel drive cars which have all their weight over the front axle, so it's not exactly the best handling car, but it's not undrivable, really, on stock guys. It's relatively lightweight, but still. Good for all changes to multiply the HP. You know what, I'm just gonna do this. Yeah, sure, may as well. It feels heavy because it is heavy. It's one of the heaviest. It's one of the cars with the heaviest front, end in the entire game, too. So, yeah, it's not. Size doesn't matter when it comes to the weight of the car. I mean, this 1,360 kilograms. And how much is this? Well, these things are almost the same weight. I mean, their size, this one is a bit larger, but still, their size is almost the same. I mean, it's not going to make that much of a difference. The length of the car when they have all the front is over all the weight is over the front axle. Still, just a slightly longer or slightly shorter doesn't really make a difference in handlings. The cars are still ridiculously heavy. $161 points. Last time I did a race with so many points, it was dead easy, so we'll see about this one. The 156 was a pretty decent car, but still, the B6 variants had all the weight over the front axle, like their weight distribution was really bad. But yeah, 156 wasn't a bad car whatsoever. Oof. Floaty. If it had 4-wheel drive, it could be a rival to the R32 Golfs. I mean, I don't know. I really don't know about that. God, it's just like playing bumper cars. The thing about those GTA, the 147s, and things like the later GTs, and all of those cars, if they were fitted with the optional Q2 differential, they were decent. Their handling wasn't bad. The problem is not many people bought the Q2 differential, and good luck finding a unit which hasn't installed nowadays. But if you manage to find a car with the Q2 differential, that makes a massive difference on handling. But the thing is, it wasn't optional, when it should have been a standard item with those B6 engines, which by the end were pushing around 250 horsepower. It's just a matter of getting used to it. It's alright. It's fine. Brakes are much worse than the Copen though, because it's much heavier, so they have to get used to that. Yeah, it's a SAT 32, so it's kind of in the family. Yeah, obviously, they weren't intended as track toy sport cars, absolutely. But... oh god. Yeah, no, I'm not winning this. I am not winning that. Thing is, right, if you just have such a front-heavy car, it actually plays against the overall performance of the car, the way it feels, I guess. You just, even if you're not trashing it, you still want to have something which drives alright, a decent, you know, handicap like that. Oh, jeez. I think this thing needs at least a sport suspension kit, because it's too loose. And maybe a differential. Thank you, Lexus. Right, brakes aren't good on this thing. Remember that. I keep forgetting about that. At least I didn't crash. I almost crashed into the other side though. My god. That would have been really bad. For some reason, they seem to slow down at this corner. That is not the problem, Pigeon. That is not the problem. The problem with the problem is the fact that the suspension is too soft, so it creates a car which has high body roll, making it really unstable. So if I just throw more weight, it's going to make the effect worse. It's only going to be amplified. What I need is to stiffen the springs slightly. Older cars always have this problem, which their springs are just too soft and it makes them really hard to drive. But if you just even the sports suspension kit is good enough to correct it for the most part. With that it should be enough, and probably an LSD if you really want to control random wheel spin at low speeds. That's also fine. But then again, the LSD is like 7k and the suspension kit is 3k, so if you're tight for money, the LSD is kind of secondary, even if some cars really do need it, like muscle cars. Easy A-spec points. Yeah, but they have less stability for different reasons. The Europa and the 190. Lotus cars as a whole have really short wheelbases, which makes them really unstable at higher speeds and under braking. So at the same time, you just have a mid-engine car, which by nature they're just unstable because they have no weight. They usually have more weight over the rear axle, which makes them more stable over throttle, but that doesn't really apply in practice, in GT4 at least. They're just really nervous cars, and it makes sense, that's how they are. You know what, yeah, sure, I'm just gonna invest in one of these, they always help. By the way, if you haven't left a like on the stream, I will really appreciate it if you did, so we can get this channel to more people. And we kind of do need to get this channel to more people. This month has been pretty slow, so I will appreciate it if you'll go help me out to reach a bigger audience. Apparently the engine from the lease is from a Corolla. Depends on the year. The first Elises have a rubber-sourced engine, a K-series. And the The second gen cars had a Toyota engine, yes. But not all of them had Toyota engines. No, the MR2 drives pretty well. The MR2 is more stable than an Elise, by example. It's a bit heavier and a bit... It's a bit heavier though. Oh god. Wow. Yeah, it's obvious I'm going to lose on the straight away. That thing has way more power than I do. At the same time, there's like 3 generations, well, 2 generations of the MR2, and the last one is called MRS, but people call it MR2, so... Which MR2 is the one which you didn't like how it drove? Saying all MR2s drive like is kind of general, and it's kind of hard to line down the specific car. Last time I drove an MR2, the SW20 in this game, I really liked it. I haven't touched one in a long time though. By the way, notice how the body roll which I was suffering on Seattle is gone? The sport suspension kit provides a slight increase, makes the springs slightly stiffer. It's spinning its wheels. So that eliminates the body roll which was making the car unwieldy. So it's a pretty fun track actually, I really like it. Hey Dradox, welcome to the stream, hope you're doing well. By the way, for those wondering, we haven't had a confounder for the month still, and that is the member who gives the most donations for our, who gives the most memberships for our channel. So if you are interested in having that title for the month, you can always gift a couple of memberships to our com family. Sure, that works. That works. Yeah, so Cube is a pretty fun track once you actually learn it. I mean, it's not that hard to learn it. At the same time, I find a lot of people who struggle in Tsukuba doesn't realize that it's not a track for high-powered cars. It's a track where those low-powered cars work better. You should take it with a grain of salt when people say, oh, Tsukuba is hard, they don't like it. It's probably more of a personal thing than the fault of the circuit, usually. Motorland is way more narrow than Tsukuba, though. No, special stage 5 is gonna be annoying. Special stage 5 is gonna be annoying because of the main straightaway, which is almost endless. Oof, talk about an ill-suited car. There's an SL500 on the lead. That's gonna suffer. Did I crash or something? Why did I slow down so much? This thing needs an LSD to stop spinning its wheels. And that's a really bad race start. Never mind. Currently driving to home. I am resting on a parking lot. I ate too much at a town party. I drove for 40 minutes. I have 40 minutes more. Help me. How do you want me to help you? First of all, I have to cross the Atlantic Ocean probably to help you. Which makes it impossible for me to help you from here. The only thing I can do is provide entertainment until we're ready to leave, I guess, but... yeah. There's not much I can do from my position here. The only thing I can tell is that remember this for next time so you actually eat less. What did I tell you all? That Mercedes is totally out of its element here. The things I have to do to avoid crashing. It slammed the brake multiple times through that corner. God. I am not going to sail anywhere. I don't have boat skills. Probably in 30 years or something I'll get interested in boats, but for the time being, they aren't my thing. I do like boats with wheels though, like that SL. That I actually absolutely like. This car really likes to understeer in that corner. I have to be so slow. How many times I went off on that corner already? Every single time I've been in the circuit? When you understeer so hard that they pit by accident, these guys won't do that. Sadly. That you need a front-wheel drive car to achieve that. Whew. I never really ate boar either, and don't think I'm interested. Laguna second, special stage 5. Yeah, this circuits will need a bit of a power pump to keep up with those. The straightaways on special stage 5 and the uphill sections in Laguna Seca. Hey TT, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Sounds boring. Yeah, most of these cars have well over 200 horsepower, so I am going to suffer here. I guess the question is, will their performance be good enough through the corners in this circuit? We know they aren't that good through the corners, but I need them to be bad enough to the point where I can actually overtake them. Or they don't go too far away from me on the straightaway. God, I love the M-Coupe. Such a good car. Rebatch CLK versus SL500. That's the same SL500 from Motorland, by the way. I never played Rising Revenge, actually. I need to play that game, but my interest in playing games is usually limited, and I'm always trying to do videos. Yeah. So I don't really know the OST from that game. But when people always tell me to bring up a best OST in a game, I always say Ace Combat, because a lot of people don't know it, and yes, it's that good. It probably beats anything you can think of. So yeah, that's my default answer. I think there are a couple of Crossfires that were sold here on Argentina, but it didn't do too well either. Then again, people want crazy money for them. Of course they do, but yeah. I don't know how many they sold, but they sold really few. Yeah, I guess I did good enough there. I should have braked a bit harder. Unlucky. I got too confident thinking that the car will grip. Bowl of taco salad. That sounds alright. I never really ate taco salad. And the times I ate tacos, they just didn't blow me away. I was like, oh, okay. This is a thing. So I guess I'm not the biggest fan of them. Crossfire is a common old person car. The Crossfire here is... I know they sold a few because I seen them for sale, but... I think I only saw one or two with my own eyes, really. They are really rare cars. That doesn't mean they're good, they're just hard to find. I wouldn't say we have an old person car here. It can be anything. We just don't have enough cars for... You know, there is a stereotype of Corolla owners and the whole people who buy Toyotas being... You know, just thinking that they have the best car ever made, but that's about it. In most cases, it's not the car that they want to buy, but the car that they can afford to buy, and in most cases, it tends to be the cheapest car in the market at the current time. Or the company which is offering the better payment plans or whatever they're getting into to get themselves behind the wheel of a car. So, outside the cheapest cars offered, you don't really see that many cars. Well, new cars, of course. I mean, just cars with... Yeah, I guess I ate them kind of simple, but still, like the whole... I don't know, maybe they just weren't good, you know, it happens. But, yeah, it's not something I'm too thrilled to taste again. Tacos, I suppose. I guess I prefer other things. The A6, the inline 6 coupes, no. Those are already classic cars, and you could say that they are old-person cars in a way, but they are so rare to find that... Yeah, I don't think that they count, because they're just too rare. You don't see them too often. I guess you could say the Ford Falcon if you want something more common. But all the coupes, like the Chevy Coupe, the Torino, those things... or the Dodge GTX with the V8s, those are classic car territory already. You don't see them that often. Which reminds me, there's a blue Torino coupe hiding around here, but here's the thing, I absolutely despise Torino owners. So I would love to get my hands on one day, but I absolutely hate their owners. They're unbearable. They're absolutely unbearable, and they think they own a Ferrari or something, and they just overprice them to the moon, and they just build this myth around the car that it's just a Pininfarina design Rambler design. It's just an inline 6 that they barely upgraded for 20 years. Yeah, sure, there are differences. The early cars had one engine and the later cars had other engines, but still. God. And I might be controversial, but my favorite styling of the Torino was the final Renault budget ones, the ZX especially. The ZX Coupe was for me the best one. Dizziness from wine disappeared. Don't drive while you're drunk. Be careful, man. Call a taxi or something. Leave your car in a park and you'll just go pick it up tomorrow. Okay, what did I get? What did we get now? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it irrelevant? Ah, took you long enough to start appearing. Ah, ah, took you long enough. Took you long enough. God damn it. Yeah, no, I really like the Torino, but I just find it's just such an Argentinian thing to overhype and think that you have the best thing in the world when in reality it's not that special. It's just a pretty car with an inline six. Oh, man. I guess I'll go do Speedster and Roadster. Spider and Roadster. Yeah, we cool. We could do that. What can I add to make it a bit quicker? Yeah, sure. And sure. I mean, I wouldn't say it's gatekeeping. I mean, this probably is a bit of a controversial stance, but I think there's a fine line between being passionate and expecting people respect your, treat things with the appropriate respect and gatekeeping. The problem with the Torino and things like that here is the fact that people, you know the sort of thing where you just have the ideal thing that you dream of and the thing that you can have. But because you will never reach the thing that you dream of here because A, it doesn't exist, or B, it's just so expensive that you'll have to be a drug dealer or a politician to afford it, people cling on to the things that they can afford so hard, so they overhype them and just build cults around them, and it's completely irrational. It's all passional and irrational. And that starts to reflect on the price of each car here. So people who have cars which are just cars that have been produced in massive numbers and are just think that they have something special, and they start to demand absurd amounts of money for them, which is fine. The cars won't sell. Doesn't matter if the cars don't sell, but it's just really funny because it creates this image of this thing being valuable or appreciated when in reality it's neither. It's just the people who have them and got too attached to them because it's the only thing they can have that completely wrap the image of those cars that people consider. That people see, not consider. Well, what am I talking about? I will say it's different compared to other countries because in other countries there's always some degree of choice. The people who get attached to those things get attached because that's what they think is the peak, the best, and they're wrong still, but it's a bit different. Here the attachment is much more fanatical because it's like they have to justify to themselves that the car they got is better than the car they dreamed of. So let's say their dream car was a 911, they have to convince themselves that their random Ford Falcon with a 3.6 inline 6, which was built for over 30 years, was better than the 911 they always dreamed of. Because the 911 will never come. So it's kind of, it's like they're trying to convince themselves more than anything else that the cars that they had, that their dream cars are just, those are their dream cars, when in reality they aren't. And that's fine. That doesn't mean you can still appreciate them, but you don't have to go into fanatical cultist mode to justify to yourself that you made the right choice and what you have is the best in the world. I don't know if what I say is easy to understand, but that's kind of how I see it when it comes to the Argentinian classic car community. Yeah, it's pure copium, yes. It's pure copium. Personally, I would love to get my hands on a Torino, but the nice ones are around $10,000, and $10,000 starts to be BMW E36 money. And I would much rather have an E36. Excuse me. If you leave it for 5,000 though, for an okay unit, I'm not telling you a pristine example, but decent. As long as the car has been maintained and the interior is good enough, I'm happy. But yeah, I don't think the car is coming anytime soon when things look like this. We're not getting a car with these rookie numbers, let me tell you. So I'll just have to keep inhaling copium talking about the people who have cars while I don't have one. G35 owners, people who dream of skylines but can't quite attain them, so they attach themselves to the next closest thing. Like rebadging the G35 as a skyline because it was sold as a skyline in Japan. My dream car was, and still is, an imported WRX STI version 2, almost 30 now. My dream car stays my 2013 RAV4 because it will never die and I will never have to spend money outside the whole change on it. Fair enough. I mean, I think the rebadge is a bit I'm on the fence about that. I think being really pushy at saying this is a skyline, it's totally skyline, and getting annoyed about it is kind of pathetic. But I don't think the rebadge itself, if you're just nice about it and you just don't care, you just want the skyline badge because you think it looks prettier, that's fine. You know, if you take it easy for me, it's fine. I don't care. It's like you can do what you want, but as long as you aren't just too pushy and annoying about it, that's okay for me. People rebadge Japanese people in Japan rebadge their Toyotas to Lexus for some reason, by example. So it's not something that uncommon. What's that on the front? Is that a Lexus? A Lexus, a Lotus? Yep, it's a Lotus. Makes sense. It's gonna be annoying to deal with, especially when I don't have any grip. Yeah, personally, I think you should always have a realistic dream car and an idealistic dream car. I don't really have neither. I think I just have the idea of having set funds, you know, having, let's say I have $10,000 for a car. Okay, what can I afford? What's on the market now? What I'm willing to put up with, and just make my decision. It's more of an income thing. Then again, I mean, I'm someone who has lived in complete poverty his entire life, to be honest, so... Of course, that's how I see it. I mean, the idea of just having 10k to spend on a car is just completely alien to me. And something that just seems impossible that it will never happen. We are so far away from the field. I mean, yeah, if you had the money to do so, you will daily... I mean, depends on the comfort. I mean, depends on how comfortable you're... How much you're willing to put up with the compromises of driving a supercar every day, you know? It's not just about the money to maintain it. It's a matter of them being really uncomfortable cars and inconvenient to park, etc., etc. Rather than the fact, oh, well, they're expensive to maintain and I lost a race. Perfect, because this thing refuses to turn. Brilliant. I seen that firsthand. I'm in Illinois, US. I seen a badge an IS300 to an Alteza. I thought it was one. I was really stoked to see it. Turns out it was just the badges. Oh god. Thank you, automatic brakes. I think everyone believes Talos against, but I mean, I also like cars. I will also try to drive my cars, but I don't think I will drive a G3 RS every single day when the streets around me look like a rally stage more than anything else. I think as a daily driver, I will prefer something a bit more comfortable, because I just don't want to get caught in a pothole and destroy the entire suspension of the car, or just hit my head against the ceiling of the car, or whatever could happen, you know. Attempt number 2, time to chase the Elise. The Yellowbird dream car, 1998 double cars, and no, not at all. I guess my daily dream car will be something relatively comfortable. Personally, I just like big cars like saloons, big coupes, GTs, things like that. Of course, I really like sport cars, but I realize that their functionality is going to be relatively limited. Still, finding a clean IS300, from what I know, if it's a manual, it's ridiculously hard. If it's a first gen, yes, it's really hard to see one of those. Something that I find funny is the fact that people who are trying to rebadge their cars don't know where the badges should be properly, right? So they make mistakes, and if you have your trained eye, it's really easy to notice them. A few days ago, when I met my dad, we were talking, and we spotted an Audi A4, right? And somebody put the Audi S logo on the back, and I had to spend like 5 minutes explaining why that car wasn't an S4, and in reality it was an A4 with an S badge. And then I had to get into the rabbit hole of S-line cars, which aren't S cars, they just have a pack which doesn't really have any badging to it outside some models, which say it on the side, not on the back, which says S-line. But yeah, it was really funny having to explain the whole rabbit hole of rebadged cars and how to spot a real S and RS car when it comes to Audi. mean, the 406 Coupe is a pretty nice car. But they want like 10... I seen them go for the 2 liters, like for $10,000. So just, no. 5 is the most I'm willing to pay. Nobody wants those cars. See, that's my problem. Really high prices for cars that people don't really want. If you told me that demand was through the roof for those things, okay, I will understand, but you're asking BMW money for a car which nobody wants and it's not even the V6? Yeah, get out of here. Even if the 406 Coupe comes in a beautiful shade of yellow, a stunning shade of yellow, I would love to get my hands on one of those. Especially if the original rims have been kept up, it's just part of the design. You could overtake it in this corner if I do it well. If I do it right. No. Probably was a bit optimistic. Steering a car like, don't touch it or else it loses value, screams of paranoia. I mean, no, it doesn't. It makes sense, but in reality, the problem is that if you're buying a car as an investment, you're investing in the wrong thing, because a car demands a lot of money on maintenance. And usually, even if the price of the car increases, if the value of the car increases over time, you're not going to make up the cost of maintenance and everything required, so just keep it there. The cost of cars is just too high to make sense as an investment outside very specific cases. But, you know, the logic makes sense. The problem is the fact that you're kind of gambling in a market which doesn't really make sense. I really want to make a video on car values and the assumptions that people make regarding car values, but one, I'm kind of scared that people won't watch it, and to be honest, the channel cannot have more videos that people aren't really watching. It hasn't been the best month or since I last released videos, so I need to do something which people actually want to watch. And second, I don't know, I just kind of don't trust my ability to explain the things that I have in my head. I just don't trust myself at all for anything, really. Just what it is, things I have to improve. This man from Argentina pronouncing Illinois correctly. Some people in the US don't even get that right. Well, I try. I think my English is kind of bad, to be honest. My vocabulary is really short, and that one feels like a massive handicap to me, to the point where it actually drags me down whenever I want to write anything. But I appreciate that the valid Headseeker. I'm glad that I'm able to honor your city properly. I mean, yeah, it's not a matter of being right, I guess. I think it's a matter of realizing that the people who buy cars as investments have a different mentality than us. I think you can have a car and... God, if I want to get into this rabbit hole, there's something vital that I have to explain, because when people say, oh, car prices are rising, there's a bit of a catch with that, and the main catch is the fact that is the value of the car actually rising over inflation, because inflation is the devaluation of your currency, and if your currency devaluates further and further every year, and the car itself doesn't keep up with it, it means that the higher value that you're seeing year after year is not so much the value of the car increasing, it's the fact that you need more monetary units to buy the same car because your money doesn't have the same purchasing power as it did, say, 1 year or 2 years ago. That's something which really, I guess I wouldn't say annoys me, but it's something that when people say, oh, cars keep getting more and more expensive, say, are they getting more expensive? Or is the fact that your currency is worth less and less every single year that it's the problem? Because usually that's the problem, and there are only very few specific cars which work as, you know, stock investments, things that you can say, oh, you'll buy it and its value will increase every single year. What cars I can think of which do that? I don't know, 250 GTOs, pre-war Bugattis, I guess, if they are even that desirable, you know, those things which they're near impossible to price, I suppose. They are so limited that, yeah, they'll always keep increasing in value. Yeah, of course, I mean, they are meant to be used, absolutely, I do agree with that. But there's something that everyone has to accept, I mean, myself included. Not everyone will see things your way. And maybe some people just don't, they just want to look at them. That's okay. It's like myself, you know, for example, I have a bit of an issue with, say, I want to learn to play guitar right. And I cannot stick to it. I have really big problems sticking to it, and it's always back and forth, and... But I still watch other people play and talk about other things, you know, I just cannot really get into playing myself. I feel the same way about my bird language, English. Don't particularly project my voice was and correct any pronunciation easily. I do get compliments on my vocabulary though. Okay. Oh, right, price car. Hey! Rally car. Rally car. And a really bad one at that. Whew. I am not driving this thing. Nope. I am not driving this thing. So what do I have? The Evo, the Sonda, front-wheel drive cars, GTR, and the rally car, and the touring car. Sell it? No, we're going to keep it. We're going to keep it. And we're going to start a new poll for this thing. It's time to start driving something new, so... We have the... I guess we could put on the poll the Evo and the GTR together as the four-wheel drive cars. The Sonda, the 166 and Mazda, and this trash can. I'll honor you all. The things I do for you all. This is gonna be funny. Totally not trying to steer the boat here. Totally not trying to steer the boat here. Of course. Of course. Of course. It's only 18 boats and there's 31 of us. Look, I told you all to vote well and you're voting the wrong thing. This is a proof which democracy doesn't work. You see, you're given one simple instruction and all you do is just go against the instruction that I have given you. Jesus Christ. Come on, I'll just give it 1 minute more. %50 of the vote goes for the Mitsubishi Rally. Well then, that ain't gonna end. The things I do for free. Alright, let this starter test begin. Oh, right, I have to buy the dirt tires. But that's kind of expensive. That's gonna cost me. Sheesh. I can't even buy this, damn. For once, my Gran Turismo account is the same as my real life bank account. Realism. At least I can afford an oil change. At least I can afford that still. Why doesn't come standard with dirt tires? GT4 logic. Rally cars don't come standard with dirt tires. Should have been GT4, but the viewers bankrupt me. I never had 46k in my bank account. I had in pesos, which is around $46 as we speak. Or thereabouts. Now, how do you set up these LSDs? 50. Wow, that's a lot of downforce. Yeah, dirt and snow tires are really expensive in this game. Like, real expensive. I mean, it was fun until now. Thank God I just have to do the easier races because I don't have the money to build this thing for harder races. I mean, yeah, 50 versus 50-50 chance that we either get something spectacular or something atrocious. The reality is probably going to be something mediocre, right on the middle. Not good, not bad. Just mediocre. And time to set up this too. My God, that's tall. Then again, it's not exactly, you know, a car. It's a truck. So you cannot judge it by car logic. I'm not going to put up with Grand Canyon. No. No, no. I am not putting up with Grand Canyon. Not with this thing. Pigeon 206. Funny enough, I always have this thought that people don't like pigeons. I actually don't mind pigeons. To be honest. Like, seriously. The park I have in front of my home when I go out is just full of them. It's like funny. I find them funny. But what I prefer, like, this... The place is full of these tiny green parakeets, which are just so cute. I just find them so funny. Look how much this thing struggles to accelerate, by the way. It's being outmatched by stock Celica. This is not really fast. This Celica is going to eat dust? Doesn't seem like it. Seems like it's going to be pretty close. Even if it goes on a tide, it ain't gonna do much. I mean, it's slow, but at least it turns. That much I cannot hold against it. I thought I will never see this thing again after the 100% randomizer playthrough. Well, here we are. It's picking up speed and leaving the Celica behind. There we go. It's picking up speed. Leaving the Celica behind. I would like to at least recover what I invested on dirt tires before leaving, so yeah. What's the retail on one of those? I don't know. You'll have to ask Mitsubishi if they're willing to build you a 20-year-old car, which wasn't really a production car. It was only used for racing. Here we go. The complete lack of grip of this car. Just nothing you can do about that. Outside going slower. So I wanted to stop by saying I love your content, really enjoy the GT4 videos. Thank you, the FR3D, I really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. I wasn't joking when I say the rally cars were done dirty by GT4 when I made the hybrids guide. Oh, why do you press the handbrake? That is not the button you should press. Yeah, there was. I mean, there were. It was like 500 units, right? So that there weren't that many. The Pajero Evolution, but it was older than this, though. It was the older version. I don't think this one, like the one GT4, this rally raid version, had a production copy. I know there are 3-door Pajeros which are super cool, but yeah. Not sure if they had this like body style with it. Lancer versus Mitsubishi versus Mitsubishi. Production car versus this thing. Sure, make everything shorter. That thing is considered by... I don't think it's that one. Just... Why does he turn into me when the race starts? Don't you want me to get a penalty? Is that what you want? You just want to screw me over with a penalty. By the way, if you haven't left a like on the stream, I will really appreciate it if you did, so we can get this stream and this channel to more people, and the channel really needs a bit of a helping hand lately, so I will appreciate it. Yeah, they always do, but they should have realized that the AI is turning into you at the start of a race. That is not exactly clever. They should have gone straight. Should have realized that. The guy in the Lancer probably thinks like a train is chasing him. He's deploying the smoke screen. Didn't know the Mitsubishi Lancer had 007 features like smoke screens. Who will have guessed? Talking about Japan and things, yesterday I saw a post from the Japanese embassy in Argentina, and Saturday yesterday was like, we call it Friendship Days, like a day for, you know, just, it's a day where dedicated for your friends and something like that. It's just fun. But the thing is, like, the Japanese embassy made a really sweet post about Argentina and Japan being like a happy friendship day to Argentina and things like that. It was really cute, and I just found it really funny that they did it. We're slowly becoming a civilized country, it seems. For those saying that aspect points are a valid metric of difficulty, look at this race. I can't get any closer to that Lancer whatsoever. And in theory, I should have a better car than the Lancer, but I can't make it. I just cannot get anywhere close to it. Not like this, it seems. Remember that he's going to turn into you. Just something you would like to know, I suppose. Of course, of course, of course. What would my life be without penalties? I just find it so crazy that... Well, no, I don't find it crazy. I'm around 400 kilograms heavier and we have relatively similar power. 250... 60 versus 280. So, yeah. I'm not going to outpower it. Good to know that you're safe, Tradox. I lost so much time there. It's only about 3. Out of the 65 A-spec points I'll have to work for in my entire life, it seems. We are not out of the woods yet. Did manage to overtake it, but we still have 2 laps to go. Anything can happen in 2 laps. Damn, this thing sucks. And you all just realize. What are you pulling me up through? You all knew this thing sucks. You all completely knew this thing sucked. You all did it on purpose. I told you, both well, or otherwise we're going to be stuck here for some time. Roll looks like chocolate ice cream. If my chocolate ice cream looks so pale, I will be kind of concerned. Then again, I ate chocolate ice cream which was a bit pale like this shade, and it was relatively alright, so... Maybe I'm wrong. My god, I lost so much speed there. Please rotate. I'm losing time here. God. So hard to drive. Yeah, the duality of man. It looks good, but it doesn't drive good. Then again, human beings are superficial. We just want things that look good, and the rest comes afterwards. First impressions matter. Too fast. My god, I was too fast on that corner. You know, like things made of fruit. I mean, I like fruits, that's the thing, but I don't really... then again, it's winter, and in winter my diet sucks. Yeah, I'm eating way more than I should, to be honest. Oh well. That's one rally race. That's 2 rally races completed. 268, so we're there neck and neck power-wise with the Evo, and the Evo's much lighter. Yeah, that's scary, actually. But I did win. I did win for over 3 seconds. What do I need in my life? Maybe a sport car, maybe a saloon, a truck. Nah. You just get the first Lancer rally car while you're driving a Mitsubishi rally car, and while you just beat a Lancer Evolution. God, I hate you. God, I hate you so much. You really test my patience, don't you? If there's a god out there, it surely likes to make my life miserable, let me tell you. Swiss Alps, so just going to Cathedral Rocks. Sell it? No, we're not going to sell any cars unless absolutely necessary to continue. And even then, you all choose who gets the axe. I don't know why, but I think this camera is much better for this thing. I don't know. Call me crazy. It's so chunky, it doesn't even fit on this road. Can I just... No, I can't. I absolutely can't. Don't crash into it, please. I'm begging you. Ah. Woohoo! I'll take that risky overtake any day of the week. I'll take that. Average SUV point of view. Average SUV enthusiast point of view. The higher driving position makes me feel safer. Hey Ubus, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Wait, you're telling me there's one of the actual race rally cars this raid variant for sale? Send it on Discord. By the way, if you haven't joined my Discord server, there's a link in the description. Even if the price wasn't private, odds are you will never know for how much it sold. So let's say it's listed at $500,000. Maybe it sells at 350. But because it was listed at 500, people will assume it sold at 500 and the ball starts to grow from there. In any case, if it has actual race history, it'll have value. It's cool. You'll have run over. Thank God those barriers are stronger than the reality itself, otherwise you'll have run over some spectators already. Well, this isn't a Group B car, so it doesn't have a taste for plowing into crowds. So essentially, Group B cars were Mustangs of third. Well, there's an element which I haven't mentioned, and that is the audience, you see. The audience of Group B days had problems. So they will throw the... Nah, I cannot continue with that. I like my YouTube channel too much. But let's say that, yeah, it wasn't the problem of the cars, but the audience that was way too close to the cars that will jump in front of the cars to get pictures. It was insanity. Even for free, it isn't worth it. I mean, in real life, I disagree. In-game, different story, but in real life, this thing is cool. Talking about an actual rally car, that's cool. That has value. How much? I don't know, but it has value. I am getting to terms with this thing and this track. Then again, this track is probably one of the... Both Cathedral Rocks tracks are just really nice. I like them. This and Swiss Alps are probably my favorite tracks, these two. This is going to give me another prize car, by the way. Best I can do is 50 cents. Oh, the color sucks though. This thing comes in so many cool colors. I really like the Lotus Esprit, but why? Why can't it just give me a cool color? Really? What does it mean by we choose? Whenever I get a group of cars that we for the next series of events, I open up a poll with different options and you choose which car I'll drive next. That simple. Going to do another rally race to recover some money because I'm completely broke. This is kind of like real life. I need to stream in order to improve my future finances, and I just do rally car races to improve my finances. I call it a spree. The call is whenever I remember, but sometimes I just say like wrong. Silver is just the color of meat. Silver is the color of the NPC. Silver, gray, and black. Maybe some shades of white too. Like rental car white. I get that I've got that whites which are in pearl or multi-code NPC color. Next up is a Subaru 360. If I end up getting a Subaru 360, I will end the stream. How does that feel? So early in the brakes to actually swing the thing around. By the way, if you haven't left a like on the stream, I know I am insisting, but please make sure to leave one. You know, it helps the channel out for free. 360 race, so that's fine. You know, I am amused by your ability to rationalize terrible life choices. I used to believe that was one of my unique skill sets, but opening up a YouTube channel had made me realize that I'm not the only one who has that skill set. Their tires on I have no idea about the grip levels of their tires on asphalt. I have this theory, and this is a theory, I have not talked to anyone about it or been able to test it, that given GT treats dirt and snow the same way as tarmac, but the only thing that they do is just reduce the grip provided by these surfaces, that their tires aren't exactly anything special. The special part of these stages comes from the fact that the surfaces, dirt and snow, have limited grip. But I haven't been able to talk to anyone about this or test this, so it's just a theory. Don't go parroting around like the tires don't really make a difference, because they probably will. And I don't really want to spread something which is wrong. I don't really want to be that sort of channel or community. So it's something that I just have in mind, I suppose. Ooh. The 2CB race gives you a... The 2CB race gives you a unique 2CB in pink in the normal game. Did he drive any Volvo yet? Nope. There's only 2 Volvos in GT4, so it won't get my hopes up. So 2 minutes? Nah. Hey, at least I was 4 seconds faster than my first lap. With a penalty. Oh, another Audi Quattro. I like that shade of blue. Oh yeah, I can't believe that I didn't mention this. Hey Randomizer, see ya, thank you for dropping by. I can't believe that I didn't mention this, but yesterday I actually had to fix a couple of cables on the electrical wiring of my home. I had to play electrician because the power suddenly went out. And you know that there's these switches which just cut off power in case that they detect a failure on the connections of your home. And at first I thought it was an appliance, but it wasn't an appliance. And my mom said I heard something like exploding. I was like, exploding? I was really wondering what, because I didn't hear anything from my room. So we started looking, and as luck will have it, 2 cables on the outside made contact with each other, and it was raining. So for some reason, those 2 cables made contact with each other, and they just kind of made sparks, despite them being coated with that rubber, isolating rubber, which they had. So I had to patch those, and then the power came back as normal. So I had to play electrician. Which is funny because my dad is an electrician, so I was trying to troubleshoot this on the phone with him, and we figured it out, and then I just had to go and buy a few things to just patch the cables, and off we go. But hey, that's just something you have to do, I guess. Thank God for no penalties there. That would have been atrocious. Well, you just do what you have to do. I don't know how I didn't crash into it, but I'm happy, believe me. I'll take that. I'll absolutely take that. Hey, thanks, God. So yeah, that was a pretty nice overtake if I can actually hold it. Maybe this replay is worth saving if it was a really good angle. Oof. He got the inside. No! Ah, no, this is bad. But I'm not going to break away, screw that. It's my position. No, 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 no! Oh. Oh. Oh, right, I have a bit longer. Never mind. I thought that the race was over. Yeah, the race is over. This is over. I'm gonna save that, just in case. Maybe it has a good picture for the next thumbnail. I don't know how that worked out, but I'm not complaining. That was really funny. The advantage of having an oversized car, I guess, is the fact that you can squeeze opponents into walls. There's so much clouds of dirt that I cannot see where the Audi is. Seems that I left it behind, though. It was relatively close, so I don't know what happened when we left the dirt section and entered the tarmac. Something happened there. Well, I mean, it is kind of... It does look like a car that will actually try to bully you. But it's kind of clumsy with its size, so it cannot do much. It just looks intimidating and tries to push you around, but most of the time it just goes down relatively easy. It's all appearances, which kind of suits a bully, actually. Go figure. Did they achieve anything? Because by then Mitsubishi was struggling already. Did they achieve anything at Dakar, or their glory days were just gone by then? All I know is that the Mitsubishi... We call them Monteros here because Pajero literally translates to anchor in Argentinian slang, so they had to rename them here. So all I know is that the 3-door variants here, there's an absurd second-hand market tax on 3-door SUVs, tiny SUVs, that for some reason they are ridiculously expensive. Yeah, I know that they were good, but they were good on this time period, or by then they were outclassed by something else. Finally, I recovered my investment in those annoying rally tires. I hope that I get a good car. For all of my troubles, though. Bancabos son argentino. Sí, soy argentino. ¡Hey, cover car! Woo! Look at this thing! It's a shame it's kind of useless, but hey, cover car! Perfect! I do not want to drive this thing any longer. Oh, I have a lot of cars now. Let me save. Okay, what do we have? Okay, we'll just continue trying to do the drivetrain races and then we'll see what else. I just want to do the early events first. So what we're going to do is a new poll. No, we're not doing GT World Championship. Oh, now we have 2 of this. Okay. Okay, this should be good enough to get a couple of races. There's 40 of us, so we'll see what comes next as our next car. Yeah, because it literally means wanker in Spanish. So yeah, that's why their name was swapped. Sonda and Lotus are winning for the time being. The Lotus and Sonda could do a couple of races. Above all, the Sonda can do Fest Italiano and MR Challenge, which is really overpowered for both, but still. I want to get the early races done to see what's in there. So yeah. Just give it 1 minute more and we'll choose. But it seems settled that we'll have to do a tiebreaker between the Lotus V8, the Esprit V8, this thing, and the Sonda. Both are silver, funny enough. I don't have enough money to build anything for a Supercar Festival, and I will need to at least adjust the suspension on the Sonda to have a good time. Okay. Okay. Second pole. Can take this. Yeah, I know, but it's kind of. I don't like how it drives. I know that it's more than capable. I just don't like how it drives, the Sonda. It just needs to be adjusted. And I'm not going to put up with it with a car that just has shit handling. I'm not going to put up with it. Lotus is winning, though. Oof, it's not even close. Slowly starting to get another boat for the Sonda. Still 17 and we're 38. By the way, there's 58 likes, so... If you, while you're boating, you can also leave a like on this stream, so we can get this channel to more people. Which will be really good in this moment, to be honest. At least 20 boats before we end. At least 20. We are at 19, so I want one more to make sure that we're on a 21. Now it's a 50-50. It's getting close. The Esprit is still winning by a narrow margin. Y'all want to see this? Yeah, y'all want to see this thing. Y'all want to see this thing, don't you? Look at it, just it's beautiful, beautiful lines. And it's the SE, it's the expensive one, it's not the GT. Sunday's winning now. So you'll want to see this thing? This thing? Sonda got the overtake, and it's 27 boats. So that means most of the audience has boated already. If you want to get your boats in, you have really little time because I'm moving my cursor slightly over the end pole button. Right on the end pole button. 1, 2, 3. We end the poll. 51% of the votes for the Sonda. You know, there's something I'm thinking. We're not going to do anything with this thing, right? Why the controller's not responding? Oh no, don't tell me like... Oh god, no, don't do this to me. I was thinking, we could sell this thing. There's nothing special to do with this thing. So yeah, this is gone. So, Sonda. Oh no, I'll have to check something real quick. The controller's doing annoying stuff again. It's not responding. So give me 1 second. Okay, that should be better now. Just goes into a random sleep mode. I guess I don't know what it does. Just starts doing weird stuff, and then I have to disconnect it and reconnect it. Yeah, sure. I could use this thing for a couple of races. It's fine. I could make a few coins with it, taking it to European Championship, Festa Italiano, Supercar Festival. But yeah, we're doing Supercar Festival now. You all wanted to see that, and we're doing that. And of course I'm going to buy the gearbox. Of course I'm going to buy the gearbox. I might be broke, but at least I'm going to build a good car. Sheesh, those are really long gears. This is the nice Sonda though, the best one actually. Because the other ones aren't the best. Especially the original C12. Concept Car Festival actually, true. Good luck trying to enter with those cars yourself though. No, but you cannot drive concept cars in this race, then why half of the grid is concept cars then, game? Explain yourself. Please explain yourself. That shall be good enough. I'm just going to stretch this out a little bit more, just in case. I don't think it will be necessary, but you never know. My god, those are really stiff springs. No wonder why this thing feels so bad to drive. A bit softer. Let's just keep this at 35 and this is at 11. Actually, no, this thing is going to move a lot under braking, so let's put that on 18 just in case. And then we'll test from there. If it moves more under braking, I'll increase it, and if the wheels spin on corners, I'll just increase acceleration. Professional events. I mean, it could always be worse. I could have gotten a Salina 7, which is kind of... Yeah, but it has really bad brakes, actually, but... Yeah, I don't know. Cheer up, but you're getting paid here. Actually... This month, I don't think so. Between the hybrid Sky not doing well and the fact that I didn't stream for like 2 weeks. And the fact that I'm driving a car without brakes. I don't know what they were thinking when they gave mid-engine cars bad brakes. I don't really know if they were thinking, oh, let's handicap them by giving them bad brakes. I don't really know what sort of thought process took place when making this design choice. But it's one of the worst design choices they could have made. Because they made a sub-tier of cars useless. Or it's way slower than they have any right of being, to be honest. Actually, Sonda has like a weird curve where the top of the engine just starts to die out. Actually, the Supercar festival isn't hard, and the fact that people believe that you need cars like the Sonda and 4GT to complete them, which in reality are really bad choices because their handling is atrocious. As you can see right now, their braking is really bad. It's kind of funny to me. You don't really need any of those cars. You can complete it with a modified GTR if you really want to, and bolt a wing onto it and off you go. In fact, just picking something like the GT or the Sonda here is actually the worst choice you could make, because sure, they are part of the grid and they are powerful, but they aren't the best driving cars, and you can notice that. You can really notice that it moves under braking a lot. I need to increase diesel. And a bit of acceleration as well, because it has a lot of wheel spin. So I don't really understand when people say that, really. 400, the GT, I don't remember that too much, but I don't remember it being good, and I remember suffering the same bad brakes issue that all mid-engine cars in this game seem to suffer from. Where you have to brake 1 kilometer after each corner because for some reason the car just doesn't brake whatsoever. Yeah, a good RX-7 will just decimate this. You don't even have to max it out, you just need to have like 500 horsepower to enter this event. You can do all sorts of bizarre builds for this race. No power upgrades are allowed? That's not true. You can actually modify the car for PAL. I did it as a children, and I played PAL. So that's not true at all. You can modify the car. What it says is that you cannot bring modified cars. By modified cars, it means cars from tuner companies and the like. Not that you cannot modify your cars yourself, and it's just the production cars limitation that all events have. If I recall, if that's what you mean. Hey Yellowbird, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, the Sunday drive's alright, but it has that issue with brakes, which I just cannot get used to. I just don't like it. Just don't like when I have to brake so early for corners. And it doesn't make sense to me. Because you will think these cars will have really good brakes, but in reality they have some of the worst brakes in the entire game. And yeah, I'm going to spend an entire race complaining about brakes. Get used to it. They should have made them better if they don't want that. Yeah, the B6, the G-Sets and the Yellowbird are just on a complete... I'm not so much sure on the Yellowbird. The Yellowbird has pretty good weight. It's relatively light, but the G-Set is atrocious in braking. By far the worst out of them all. I always forget that I don't have that button in this game for change cameras. So I need to brake before 100 meters. Okay, fine. I mean, I already proven that the Yellow is more than capable of completing Supercar Festival with ease. I made an entire video debunking the fact that the car is bad, because a lot of people assume the car is bad, when in reality, you just need to drive it a bit different. And... I lost my train of thought. Perfect. What I meant is, like, you don't really have to... The car is fine. You just need to adapt to driving it because it's a rear-engine car, and with a suspension setup, you'll do much better than stock, because the stock setup is kind of weird. Funny enough, brake upgrades don't really work with sport tires. They only apply when you have racing tires. So, doesn't make much sense to throw them in, because you're not going to use racing tires. Tell me you're an Argentinian. Will tell me you're an Argentinian. Snap his tongue when annoyed. Takes one to know one, I guess. Oh, there's a Chiseta. And there's a lot of concept cars. The Cadillac Sian, the Nuvolari, which is kind of a prototype for the Audi A5. The W12. Oh no, that thing's gonna be annoying. Oh, wait a second. I forgot about something. Well, I forgot about two things, first of all. Just in case this game crashes, because the randomizer likes to crash when you change setups in race for some reason. Let's bump this up to 45 and this to 22. And extend the gears because this is going to be... This is Fuji. And I'm already hitting the limiter. Alright, God, so thank you for dropping by. I appreciate it. Let's go to 900, why not? Probably too long, but maybe if I hit slipstream from someone, get slipstream from one of my opponents, I won't regret it. Hey, Yellow Saline, yes. No, the Nuvolari is one of those cars which has inbuilt nitros, if I recall, at least in vanilla GT4. If you just press the R1 button, you have infinite nitros for some reason. Oh. Well then, if you slam the brakes. It's your problem, not mine. Of course, the Chiseta just understeer. Oh god, he's already causing chaos. He's already causing chaos. You just cannot stay in the track, can you? Can you? Ah, this is 90s. Okay. All have thought an Audi A5 can hold against Sonda. Honestly, I would really like an early Audi A5, but yeah. Same problem as always, that car ain't coming anytime soon. I just have to make 24-hour live streams every single day until I get a car, I guess. Oh. I know what I was thinking there. Probably not thinking, that's the problem. I mean, is GT4 as good as people say? No. Is GT4 a perfect game? No. But it's a pretty good game. And so is GT3, GT1, GT2, well, GT2 and GT1. Perfect, you just swapped them out of order. You had one job and you couldn't complete it. Perfect. I have to play GT5. I need to set up the PS3 emulator, but my patience to set up emulators is low, really, for the time being. I just want to make videos and see them do well. That will make me happy, not just tinkering with emulators in the hope that they work. I have enough trying to figure out what I'm going to do with my GTA San Andreas playthrough, which my save file got corrupted and I cannot continue my streams. Beautiful. Look how far ahead the Cadillac CN is from the rest of the field. If you ever had doubts that thing is broken, I rest my case. Hey Alex, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. I'm okay. As fine as you can be while driving a Sonda. Even if I wish it was a different color, the Sonda was made in all sorts of colors. And GT only gave us silver. Go figure. Change the cameras, I'm not driving too well. Go back to the proper camera. Stop looking at the beautiful sun in front of you. I mean, you do get to see parts of it from here, but you don't get to see the quad exhausts. Yeah, the W12 is caught in traffic because, believe me, it will be right behind the CN if it wasn't. But for some reason, it got stuck and it's not able to join the fight. Which is really funny when that happens. When you're trying to make a challenge and you see one of the fastest cars get stuck behind traffic, you get really excited, and then when you realize that it had just left the pack and it's now free to chase you, you start to realize that you are in a really bad situation, actually. Sound lighting its screens. Well, at least the car eats well, better than me, that's for sure. At least I keep my cars healthy. I might not keep myself healthy, but I surely do keep my cars healthy. If I treat my cars this well in a video game, imagine how I will treat them in real life. I say that as I lock up the brakes and I crash into a barrier. Of course I'm going to do that in real life as well. You just wait. Gets his first car, crashes it a couple of blocks after. That's the story. I'm not sure if we'll have to do 1,000 miles. That's the thing. Some that I think comes with stock suspension. You can buy all 3 kits for it, so it probably means that it has stock. Doesn't even have sports. But the spring rates are really stiff from factory, so that's something that you need to fix. Like, they're super stiff. Oh. Okay. That's one race. That's 2 races completed with the Sonda. And the W12 finally got past the back. How far ahead? Oh, no. Didn't make it, I guess. Too far behind. That's where it ended. Too far behind. But it was 8 seconds faster than the CN, which is brilliant. Every day is a good day when you humiliate the concept cars in this race. New York, another circuit which I don't really like, but whatever, sure. You do what you have to do. Great. Oh, the CN is 5th. The Tommy Kaira Set 2 is also a pretty strong car. And the W12 on the lead. That's gonna be interesting, actually. My god, all of these cool cars, and you pick the most boring color for them. What a tragedy. No, I'm not racing with stock suspension. I already modified the car. I don't really understand your point. I mean, I already changed the suspension setup of the car so it drives better, and going for a, you know, if people want to suggest setups, I actually place that as an option for Superjets if they really want to screw me over like that, but you know. Otherwise, I'm in charge of setting up the car as I wish. I don't really remember much of the R390, but yeah, it has really low power compared to these things. Like they are sitting around 500-ish, and the R390 is around 300-ish, so it's a shame. It really is a shame. New York race with the 2000 GT. You mean Mission 11? Yeah, that one can be pretty tricky, but it's not that bad once you realize that you have to brake super early and maintain momentum with the car. I think there are worse missions. I think Mission 14 is actually worse than 11. Oh my god, that's pretty orange. That thing is so orange, you could probably squeeze it for juice. But then again, it probably wouldn't be orange juice, it will be oils and metals. Not exactly healthy. They don't taste good either, believe me. I speak from experience. Yeah, the R390 race car is around 600. It is 680, 690. Around the same power as the GT1. No, oh. So he crashes into me while I'm braking, and he goes straight into the wall. I also saw Tommy Kyra go straight into the wall. Good to see that I'm not the only one suffering from cardboard brakes. That tire was really uneven, my god. Ah, I wasn't looking at the screen. Of course. With patience, you'll get through Mission 11 with ease, I believe. He's gonna go straight into the wall. What did I say? What did I say? Braking early now. Let's just brake against the wall. What's the problem? I'm just going to break a one-off prototype, turn it into a wreck just to see if I could overtake this Sonda by crashing into the wall. That was really clever, AI. Please do it again so we can all have another laugh at you. Yeah, people always make the mistake on Mission 11 of trying to push too hard, and they brake too late and lose time. You have to figure the right braking point, and they are much earlier than you will think, in order to just make it and catch up to your opponents. Because if you lose time through any corners or the area where you can make the most time always, because the AI is kind of bad, you'll end up losing. He's gonna crash out again. What did I say? Perfect, he just went bonk into the wall. Oh. Maybe this thing needs a bit more of acceleration on the LSD. But that's fine, it just drives fine as is. I don't really want to spend more time tinkering with it. Just works. It just works. That's all I really need. Case in point, I'm my proof, my ultimate evidence of just being enough. I'm winning the race by like 4 seconds. Which isn't much, but it's 4 seconds more than the W12 behind me. can't seem to build a bigger gap with it. Which means it's probably faster than me on the straightaway. Which is kind of scary, actually. To think that he's faster than I am, but he's not really doing. He's not really doing any better at catching up to me. So yeah. Honestly, I think the New York will have benefited from being at night. But I'm not sure if the PS2 will have been able to render that, but I think it looks really boring at day. But if it was set at night, it will have been a stunning circuit, and we will all remember it much fondly. More fondly, not much fondly, jeez. If you need any more proof that my brain has left my skull, look no further. I have to short shift this thing. I'm still clocking on 40s, that's good. Final lap of the race. How will it look in GT2? Oof. Good question. Really good question. I just keep thinking of Seattle circuit as my reference, right? And I think it will look kind of harsh with all the popping. Just buildings popping and the background loading as you drive through. It will be kind of intense. Yeah, I would like it too if they had more night circuits, to be honest. I could have used the same night sky texture from Special Stage 5. Because, you know, it's a city at night, so... Well, maybe they should have changed it a little bit, but, you know... It's a city at night, so... Don't have to really go for a really detail, it just has to be dark and... Doesn't need to be full of stars or whatever. Another victory for the Sunday. I didn't press start, that's why. Makes sense. $60 likes, that's not bad. I remember when we were pushing to get over 100 likes on my streams. Goes to show audience can fluctuate. You need to put up good videos to have good live stream numbers, it seems. Ooh, there's a Spira. There's a Spira on this grid. And a Spiker CA too. This grid is the grid of oddities. Oh, there's no competitive cars on this grid, I feel. The Spear is going to get demolished. The Spiker is going to get demolished, and the only thing that could probably hold a candle to us is the 4 GT. This is probably the best race on the entire on the entire Supercar Festival catalog. Midfield, I think it's the best one out of them all. Best circuit. Alright, Tibert, see you around. Thank you for dropping by. This one and Infineon. My god, I can't remember the name. That's not a good sign. I hope that I make it in time. Yee. It's gonna go into the wall, but it's fine. Are you randomizing, son? Yeah, we are. That's why in 4 hours I've been able to get my hands behind in a sundown. We're completing Supercar Festival. In fact, this thing was a license prize, so yeah. We are. Oh yeah, we also have the GTLM spec too. Rubber car, so guess that's that. Challenge completed. Oh. Good. Even if the speed 12 showed up here, it will be atrocious. It wouldn't be even be competitive. But yeah, it's kind of weird. And it appears in Premium Sport Lounge, which is kind of a band more for GT cars rather than outright super cars, I guess. I don't know, it's just a bit of a weird mix of cars. So it makes you wonder why the Speed 12 appears there of all places rather than here, yeah. It's really undrivable, to be honest. There are people who have tried to make it drivable, and it's not possible, really, unless you just start modifying the car's data. I mean, it's not impossible, but it's just not going to go well. And just kind of squeeze out some relatively good times on it, but that's about it. Speed 12 is more common in games than in real life. True. Absolutely true. It's more of a question of which game doesn't have the speed 12 in any of its variants. Personally, I think that you know that there's two speed 12s. There's a Cerberus speed 12, which is the one everyone knows, and there's like a race car that they try to build. And that's the one I actually like the most, and that's the hardest one to find in racing games, actually. The Cerberus speed 12 is more common, and it's almost everywhere, while the race car speed 12 is nowhere to be found. I don't even know if it was a race car. All I know is that it was a different design. The one in GT2, for context, that's the one I mean. That's the one I want to see much more of. Just looks so sick. Cerberus speed 12 is cool, but it's not that cool compared to the other one. There's only two in existence. Really nice if someone actually got the keys to one and drove it properly, and gave us a modern breakdown of the car, how it feels. Yeah, I know that the GT2 that version is a prototype, but it's still much cooler than the server. Yeah, in reality, it is said that the Speed 12 wasn't produced because they found it too unruly to be driven. But I also, if I recall, I'm not sure if I'm correct in this, I think it also has something to do with the engines, because in order to create the 12 cylinder, they merged two Speed 6 inline sixes that TBR produces. If I recall, this is not 100% certain, I don't remember. My brain kind of hurts, so excuse me if I don't get the details right. But the story goes that the engines weren't able to resist the power that they were producing, and they will crack the blocks, so they couldn't actually. Not only the car was hard to drive, but more probably it's the fact that they couldn't develop a reliable engine that killed the project, and the whole it's too much for the street kind of became a bit of an urban legend, which just added to the notoriety of the car. The SLR showed up on Seoul, I think. God, I really like the Spiker. I don't know why, I just do like it. Hey, look who it is. It's an understeer. He didn't understeer, holy. Wow, you just pulled off a miracle. Yeah, this thing needs more acceleration on the differential. Oh, sorry. I don't realize how wide I am. So are you, Setsa, too. You're pretty chunky too. Even if your handling doesn't make it feel that way, that's for sure. I mean, by the end, TBR, by the end, I mean like 2004, 2005, uh, their build quality was really on the cutter, and rather than fixing cars, it is said that they got it apart. They cannibalized their own cars to repair customer cars. So what does that mean? They took parts of new cars that they were going to deliver and replaced them on the older cars that they had to repair under warranty or something, and then they will just keep those cars. I guess they will just make the parts later, but yeah. By the end, TBR wasn't in really good shape, and not only if their build quality was bad, they got worse. Then yeah, to the point that there's an entire sub industry of shops, it seems, that actually work to put together the disasters that TBR made while producing those cars. So there's people who actually make a living by fixing the mistakes made by TBR and putting those cars right, or as closer as they could. The new Griffith, yeah, the new Griffith has been in development hell since we have memory. I don't know what's going to come out earlier, the TBR Griffith, the new one, in quotation marks, or that supercar from the Middle East, the one which people said they had like 5,000 horsepower and it had a W18 engine or something stupid like that. What was it called? I don't remember. Hey, thank you, Silly Boy. See you around. Thank you for dropping by. Hey, look at it go. You want to join those cons? You could be a member of the Con family or YouTube membership program. You'll be helping out the channel massively if you do. Like any donation helps to get me to the end of the month. Yeah, the Devil 16. There you go. The Devil 16. Yes. Did they make it? Actually, it is said that they made one, but it didn't make like the 5,000 horsepower they were advertising. It made like closer to 1,000. Yeah, pure smoke and pure just, you know, nothing, just a scam. You know, yeah, if I actually had no decency and people actually followed me, I will actually try to sell that car to someone, but I actually have decency and I cannot sell... I wouldn't be able to sell such a car to someone. I don't know, I just don't have it in me to lie and do those things. But some people do, and they do just fine. Don't really seem to suffer from any shortcomings. I'm gonna crush. Damn. It was worth it though, just look at them go. Just look at the carnage. $777, that's a pretty cool split. I wonder if I hit the jackpot or something. The SLR is catching to the set too. Interesting. Argentinian supercar. Yeah, we're kind of far. We're a bit far from developing our own supercar. But hey, if I ever get my hands on a real roof tour and I like, get to show all of their cool cars, then that will be nice. That line is atrocious for that corner. The last car that I remember that was advertised as fully Argentinian made was a golf cart with a body shell called the Tito, and it was an electric car, and it came rusted from factory. You want to know how much they charge you for a rebadged Chinese golf cart which came rusted from the factory? Around $20,000, I think it was the price, or something insane like that. But it was ridiculously expensive, and yeah, there are videos of its build quality. I wouldn't even come near it. It's the sort of thing that you can push and it will actually bend and look like somebody crashed into it, probably. A Beetle with a Porsche fiberglass body kit. That's more appropriate. I'll have to get. We'll have to get Fusca engines though, because there's not. I don't think that there's many German Beetles here. Different thing, Chaser. The one I'm saying was advertised as new a few years ago, so yeah. I think the Gurgel is a bit older. Kiru is Brazilian, he knows about that and he shared about it on Discord, so I think. But I don't remember the story that well. Whew. "10 minutes of racing. In the end, the ZZ2 came in second. And the SLR is like 3 seconds away from it. The Chisette is fourth, what the hell? How? How is this possible? How is the Chisette in fourth place? Somebody please explain to me. Well then, I hope the prize car is good from all of this. Hey! It's one of my favorite cars! It returns! Those who watch the Randomizer Nuzlocke know how much I like this thing. It's not the right color, but I don't care, it's one of my favorite cars. So tiny. So tiny. $1996 points. 3 points more and we will have nailed my birth year. Go figure. Hehehe, 69 HP. Everything is perfect on this car. Even the HP number is perfect. You couldn't make this up even if you tried. Look at it, it's just beautiful. Beautiful thing. So light, so small. And it has a dual overhead cam engine as it should, as a proper car should. Alright. We have completed a good chunk of the run today. The link to my Discord is in the description, Chaser, and to everyone who wants to join, it is in the description of this livestream. With that said, I think I'm going to wrap things up for today. I won't be doing a live stream tomorrow, but the idea is continuing the entire week with live streams, at least until the end of the month. Just to see if we can bring those numbers up for the channel, because I really do need to do that. I want to thank everyone who joined me for this idea, and we're going to continue testing. We're going to continue giving the chance to choose more cars in the next live stream. We'll see what cars are hidden behind different events. And I can only thank you enough for joining me with these absurd ideas. If you really do want to help me though, there is also a link to my Patreon in the description, which you can join for early access to all of my videos, and my endless gratitude for helping me to continue to do this. But with that said, I will see you all soon, probably on Tuesday. I'll make the pre-stream tomorrow, and we're going to continue with this. Have a good night, take care, and bye for now.